crazy.
Hank, did you get stuck in the traffic?
Yeah, I just like, I was gonna come down the back line, I got all about it, got over the hill.
Yeah.
And then it hit me, and I was like, oh, I was gonna go down Huber. I mean, Huber's nice.
Yeah.
They fixed up. Paul, how are you?
And we also have the one.
Okay, yeah, it's like, everything's just like, we're juggling here because we don't know what
There's
legislation.
definitely a limited group of folks. I don't want to miss the opportunity. Yeah,
Unanswered questions.
Yeah.
And unknown.
Ben, are there Nutter Butters? Nutter Butters? Are there Nutter Butters? No.
35 minutes. I mean, and I said something about it. It was all like building.
Yeah.
Weekly thing, so. But that affects everyone.
Yeah.
All right, it is 6:30, we're gonna go ahead
Similar to
and
this,
call the
I
meeting
wanna say
order.
it was like between,
No.
is it after the 2015?
Again.
We had to deal with unanswered questions, I think, or was it?
Mike, sit down till it's time. Can you hear me? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and call the meeting to order. It is 6:31, and we will start with the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. Please bow your heads. Lord, we thank you for the many blessings you have bestowed upon us. We ask you for your guidance and your wisdom as the decisions that we make here will impact the children and community of Navarro. In your name we pray. Amen.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and announce that this meeting has been duly called and the notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. Those present, Hank Dieter, Clint Scheid, John Gilliam, Renee Rayfeld, Melissa Sartain, and Dan Reinhardt. So we will start off with recognitions.
If everyone will join me over here, we'll start our new process of recognitions. If we have any children here, we don't.
We don't. I was gonna be surprised.
I was hopeful for just a handful, but I'll go ahead and read off what we got here for these guys to give them the due recognition, definitely, for what all they did this year. This is baseball, softball, and track. So Navarro baseball team earned the district championship, bi-district championship, and they made it to the area round before getting to the regional quarterfinals. With baseball season, the Panthers earned 2 district superlatives, 5 first-team all-district, 2 second-team all-district, 2 honorable mention all-district, and 13 academic all-district awards were earned. Blaine Percher, Cole Zimmer, Marco Mikata, Bryce Nall, Case Monroe, all were academic all-state. Landon Taylor was named first-team all-state outfield. Bryce Nall was second-team all-state pitcher. And so congratulations to those guys on all that they did. For what it's worth, they kind of stepped up in that, it's when we played Sealy. They beat a ranked team that series and went on the next round. So that was a really, really good series for them. All right, softball. District championship. With their season, they earned some superlatives, 6 first-team all-district, 2 second-team all-district, an honorable mention all-district, and 11 academic all-district awards. Leyland Sturm, Samantha Mundine, Carly Pittner were all named academic all-state. Once again, good job to these ladies. They had a hard-fought district championship, so well done to those ladies. All right, and Navarro Panther track. They made all the way to the area track meet. 11 boys and 6 girls competed, so 17 going that far. The boys that qualified, 7 boys qualified, and 4 girls went to regionals. So that's your regional round. We had 11 go there. 2 of the athletes at regionals. The following tracksters were named to the academic all-state. There's new word, tracksters. Ellen Steffen, Leyland Sturm, Leanne Rodriguez, Ryan Hepp, Sophia Salazar, Vanessa Garcia, Zoe Carter, Paxton Santone, Rylan Ward were all academic all-state. Very proud of these track teams. You know, what's neat is we had just as many academic all-states as we did just for their actions on the field. So well done to those guys. We appreciate their hard work.
Good job. Okay, so moving on to public participation, we do have one, which is Gary Minnick.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Gary Minnick. I inherited my family's farm right off Martindale Road over here, 80 acres. And I noticed as we've just been inundated with developers so quickly that they have never taken into concern any kind of elementary school, junior high school, or anything else on the other side of 123. And I think it's just a shame that kids can't walk to school like I was raised and have crossing guards rather than bus drivers take them off cross freeways. I call 123 a freeway. Rather they can't just stay in their own neighborhoods and stay away from the traffic. Now I know you guys have gone through a heck of a lot these last couple of years, and your demographic plan was back on 2020 to 2021. I don't know if you've gotten any updates or even put it to any more thought about how many thousands more houses have been developed in the last couple of years. And I'm like the last line of defense before the developers just get their way with the planning commissions and everything else and push through developments that none of them will ever live in. You know, they just leave a wake of nastiness and they don't care anything about the people that have to live there. And the first time home buyers, oh, they're so happy they got their brand new house. But the next set of home buyers may not be so happy about the neighborhoods that take 45 minutes to get in and out of and get their kids on a school bus to go just a short distance. And the traffic is horrendous. I'm shocked you only have 16 feet out here on Link Road. I watched the school buses come out of here, and they can't even get it out on Link Road without going across it and falling off into the dirt. Any rate, I hope there's an overall plan that at some point you all will get together, call a special meeting, call the public in, call everything else, and we'll sit in front of the big maps. The planning development of Seguin has already said they're going to be putting a road through to 20 from Martindale Road. When this happens, I don't know, but I know it's been on the plans for some time. And even the houses out there have allotted a 60-foot area to be connected. The area that I'm looking at, Dee, last I saw her, Dee Carter, before your last meeting in March, before you became supervisor. She actually stopped off over there and looked at the property, and I said, you know, there's 5 different ways of getting in and out of this area and development. Not just one, like Link Road or 123, but it's on the other side of the freeway, and you guys should really be starting to look at the amount of density over there before even you get to the toll road off to Austin, that's going to be developed more and more and more. And I hope this school district goes with satellite elementary schools that feed into the junior high school, that eventually feeds into the high schools. And I appreciate your building another one someday a couple of blocks down the street here, but it's on this side of the highway once again. And you'll be faced with Band-Aid of getting buses and bus drivers and splitting days and getting it all going. Am I 3 minutes up?
You have about 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Gary Minnick off Martindale Road. I have a 5-year plan. I'm not in it for the money. I'm just in it because my mother was a school teacher in the late 30s over at Single Room Schoolhouse. I'm a graduate of Texas Lutheran, and so was my parents. And we've been here for 4 generations. I'm the 3rd generation, and I'm telling you, the 4th generation is just going to take the first phone call and say Yahoo, and take the money and run.
Yeah,
let's not do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to move on to our construction update with the Assistant Project Manager, Melissa Lee.
Good evening, everyone. Is this on? So I mean, I've never been told.
Hey, you,
Hello, everyone. I'm Melissa New with AGCM, Madam President, Superintendent, and members of the board. I'm here again with another monthly update. This one is a little more fruitful, praise the Lord. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. So we've had a lot of meetings. We've actually come out with some paperwork this month. The last meeting, we approved the GMP. Bartlett Cock has begun their buyout process for getting their subcontractors lined out. On May 25th, we have the final plat submitted to the city of Seguin, and we've been told that it will be pending results of the July 11th Planning and Zoning meeting for approval. Piggyback, and I'll probably touch on this like 55 more times, but along those lines, we've been told that the staff can potentially submit comments, and that the site plan cannot be approved until the recordation of the plat. So I have a call and an email into the city of Seguin to figure out, can we get those comments ahead of time and address them before the July 11th meeting, as well as the time frame for when it's approved to the recordation, like what's the typical turnaround time, so we can stay on the gas pedal. June 1st, we finally got return comments from the city of Seguin on our public infrastructure. Also on June 1st, Cody Holt with Claycomb submitted the site plan back to the city of Seguin, and that approval will be contingent on the recordation of the plat. On June 6th, we responded to the city's comments back to the city of Seguin. June 7th, we met with Mr. Bartoskowitz to discuss the logistics of the house at the new school entry drive. We're also thinking through that's going to require permit, rezoning, things of that nature, which I believe you all will be speaking to in closed session tonight. June 8th, Bartlett Cock has already begun meeting with GBEC to get temp power set up, relocation of poles once we have the land laid out. June 8th, the district in Bartlett Cock, we finalized an amended contract. We have insurance and PMP bonds in place. June 12th, we receive our public infrastructure permit for utilities. So that's our wastewater lines through TxDOT boring under 123. And Bartlett Cock has a call into TxDOT and City of Seguin to do the pre-construction meetings so we can get that work going. Next slide, thank you. So our challenges will be the Bartoskowitz land purchase, which you all will be speaking about later. And then just continuing to persevere through the City of Seguin development process of platting approval, trying to figure out how we can navigate that, keep pushing without upsetting anybody. So this is the timeline that you've seen ongoing. We're continuing to try to check off boxes. Most recently, we got the issuance of the public infrastructure. We hope to begin the public infrastructure as soon as we get these TxDOT pre-construction and the City of Seguin pre-construction meetings underway. Submission of the final plat has been done. That was done on May 25th. Again, we're waiting for the July 11th Planning and Zoning meeting and the other questions that need to be answered. So after those things are approved, then our next is the site plan submission. Cody has already received some comments because he threw it to them a few months ago. So we got some comments, so he's working on that. They won't approve it until the plat's been recorded. So, but all that legwork is getting done now. So we're crossing our fingers that July 12th, those things are issued, and at which time we can submit for the building permit as well. I can't update the time frames on the start date. We're praying very hard that we can continue on that date, but until I got answers on the P&Z, that might push us back a little bit. But we are continuing to make strides with the items that we are able to push through. And if you have any questions, I will do my best to answer them.
Any questions? Sounds great.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on along, we'll go into our discussion items with the first being technology plan.
How are y'all this evening? I first wanted to touch base on the previous plan. I've read through, been here a few months now, and what I saw in that plan, it was well written. It had a lot of needs that was identified previously, and a lot of that you can see was accomplished today. And some of those things were, well, let me preface it. The main thing I saw at every campus was a need for staff devices. I believe there were some Chromebooks and iPads at some of the campuses, but they weren't in a great number like we have it now. I believe your campus shared iPads back in 2019, where currently when I came on board, I believe we have an iPad cart in every classroom now. There were clear touches that were purchased in lieu of projectors, and in my mind that enables the teacher to be able to be mobile, and you can get your kids more involved having that technology. At Luling, that's where I came from, they called it the mobile classroom, and I didn't think you could be very mobile with a projector mounted to the wall, you know? So at any rate, according to the plan, and we looked at the inventory, there were a lot of devices purchased for the staff around 2019-ish. And then based on what I went through, COVID hit, right? And then the supply lines started going down. And then you couple that with, I believe I'm the 4th director in the last 2 years, maybe. And although the plan was well written, I don't think it was very well executed. And that's just, it's hard to do that whenever you have that many people come through, and you know, they may focus on this and I may focus on that. And it's hard to get that plan in motion. But I wanted to bring out the student enrollment I saw, and reading through that was 1943. I believe we're 2273 now. So that's roughly, what, 300 kids? And we'll talk more about that with our demographics in later slides. The next few slides we're going to go over is kind of what I talked with my team about, and we didn't really want to change anything. We wanted to keep it the same, but just update the technology the teachers have in their hands, and more importantly, the number of devices that the kids have access to. I asked them why the device count is 22 to 28. Why is there a firm number? And nobody really could answer that. So what I propose to do is set that firm number based on, you know, what's a classroom? Maybe 25 tops? That's a lot of kids, maybe?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I want to put a set number of devices in there for the teacher not to have to wait for us to come by and pick that up to fix it, or if it doesn't work. And I think that's the biggest need in the change that I want to instill here at Navarro, and that's actually make the devices work and be dependable. And right now, I don't see a lot of that, or I see too much of the other. You want to go to the next slide, Zach? We've included pricing. I pulled this out of the inventory list for all these devices and equipment. You'll notice that elementary's, the per room price is a lot higher, and that's because they have iPads, which they're roughly you know, $100 to $120 higher than a Chromebook. But the plan moving forward, we're gonna put 25 of those in every cart at the elementary, 30 Chromebooks at every cart at the intermediate, excuse me. And of course, we're 1-to-1 at the high school and the junior high. Did we already miss that, the high school slide? I just want to point out. Okay, there we go. I think the biggest change right there I see is the projector. A lot of people, I don't believe Clay has a lot at his high school. We'd like to change that moving forward to, like I said, make that classroom more mobile. There's software that the elementary and the junior high, I believe, is where we have the interactive TVs right now, that you can move around the whole classroom. You can take it over here, have kids, you know, engaged, I guess is the best word, as far as I'm concerned. That software enables that to happen more easily for the teacher. Is there any questions on those slides before we go any further?
Mr. Goodall, can you speak to also the cost of that aging technology of projectors and why we would be moving away from projectors, not just the stationary image, but also the cost of replacing the bulb?
Yes, ma'am. The bulbs themselves, you may get one in that works for a month. You may get one works for a year. Typically, they're $100 to $200, I think now. But when we get these TVs, their warranty is 15 years. Or that's what they're touting. So I think it's a lot more money, but it's a good investment. I've seen it at other schools, and it's really worked well, and the teachers have been happy with that solution. I don't know if they answered your question.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Okay. All right. Zach, let's go on to the network piece of this. When I came to Navarro, I'd known a little bit of the background about what's happening with the network here, and basically it's just aged. I think this is, for lack of a better term, it's just been the cans kicked down the road and waiting for somebody else to address it and fix it, and I'm that guy. I'm that person. We can buy all the new technology we want and put it in the classroom, and if we don't shore up this side, things aren't going to work. And I believe this is where the investment should be a priority. As you can see, a lot of the switching inventory we have is at end of life. In September, you won't be able to buy those any longer. Same thing with our wireless. Probably 10%, I believe it is up end of life next summer, and the rest will be 2 years after that. My main concern right now with the network is that single firewall and core switch redundancy. We have one switch that we rely on. If we take a hit of some sort, power surge, lightning, something act of God, there's no redundancy there to have a backup. So that's my main priority to address. And I can address that if you go to the next slide, Zach. This is my fourth school. I've had to do this at every school, and I really take advantage of the E-rate money that we have. Now, our percentage here isn't as good as I would like to see or been accustomed to. I believe we're at a 60-40. And that's to USAC's dollars to our local funds. We could replace a lot of the front end of our network in 1 or 2 years using E-rate money. And then we could do the access switches later, because I don't want to say they're less important, but the front end is what you really have to shore up. I typically like to talk to third party and get recommendations on any kind of infrastructure like that, because I just think that's the best practice to have. All right, Zach? Is there any questions about that before we get into the devices? The numbers you're going to see on these next few slides are all our student and staff devices. We pull these directly out of our inventory, and I know I can't hardly see that. I'm not sure if you all can, but they're based on end of life of that device. On the Chromebooks, Google will put out, let's say, in 27, this device is out. That means it won't auto update, and that means where it really hits schools is at testing, because they give you a certain OS build that you have to meet to put their secure browser on there. And if you don't meet that, you could have issues. The most prevalent one I've seen is text-to-speech. Is always a problem with Chromebooks. The iPads, outside of Laurel, SPED, I think Band and ART are our main iPad users. And then there's some spread out throughout the district to use as a support device for the classroom. I mentioned the previous enrollment to say and draw attention to, if you'll notice the line where the growth is, that's what we're projected to have just this year, and we've grown 300 students since 2019, the time of the plan was written. And then you'll see as we go along, well, I've got my slide confused. This is pre-K, I'm sorry. At the bottom, I put the price in there per that device with the growth, and we like to add a 5% reserve, because right now I don't have extra devices to give Laurel and her staff when they need them. The biggest thing we're running into with the iPads right now is most of them are out of 2010 to 2012 range. The batteries are shot, they won't stay running, they have to stay plugged in, is what I'm being told. And we just need to replace those. Any questions on that? Same thing with the Chromebooks. You'll see the various models. As I was speaking to you, I got my slides mixed up, but they're based on end of life. And we put those in the plan to be replaced based on that schedule that Google publishes. If you'll notice the growth here, I believe we're at 7. I'm sorry, I can't hardly see that. I think we're 711 this year. We purchased 265 back in April, May timeframe. That accounted for our freshmen this year. And we didn't include that in our numbers moving forward, but it is accounted for. If you'll notice down there on the last 3 years, we had a big 1,000 count in 26, 27. I tried to split those up to be a little more budget friendly across the years, so we wouldn't take as big a hit. I think back in the 2019 plan, they didn't account for the growth that we have now, and that's projected per the demographic report that we saw last month. Again, there's the numbers that we project we need to purchase this year for the main reasons: testing. We can only do so much when they don't update, and so that's why, I guess that's why Google puts end of life, so you'll have to buy new ones. Pretty much how I feel about that. But okay, let's go to the staff. Like I said, with the staff, Surface Pros, I believe, were purchased initially around the 2019 timeframe, and based on the age they are, it would make sense right now. There's still a lot of M&A desktops out and Dell Latitudes that we really need to get out of production. Same reason with the iPads, you know, batteries failing, not able to update, various problems with them. Based on the totals down there, we don't have extra stock sitting on the shelf, so if I needed to work on Miss Epley's device, I don't have one to give her as a loaner, so she can keep doing her job while I work on hers. So I included that 20 amount there for the expected growth to kind of give us that leeway to be able to do some of that maintenance without them being down and still able to do their job. We put in $1,500 for PCs, and we priced out the Macs, and they were right. What we're having today, they're right at $2,000 each. And those are the totals per those devices we have. And this next slide, that's just a total of all three devices, what we're looking at if we were to set that schedule up. That's what those numbers would look like.
Are there any questions?
This total, does it include the new device? This is taking into account the new devices for freshmen every year?
Yes.
The way we have it set up where the freshmen get a new device and it follows them?
Yes, yes.
Any other questions?
Sorry, I apologize, I was running a little bit late, I got tied up, but, so my question actually, the devices are fine, you're gonna need those, they need to be looked at as instructional, they're instructional supports anyway. Maybe recommend adding a little bit more to the budget for the loaners and some things like that. My question has to do more with the infrastructure, and I know what needs to, I read through the presentation before, so I know what needs to be replaced. And so my question goes a little bit further because I don't think that the connections were necessarily included in the plans for the bond. And so, and you don't have to answer the question. I'm more or less kind of making a statement about something that I would like to see. I would like to see some, I guess, contingency and some budgeting, whatnot, once we get the new high school built. Because of the way the network is set up here, once you move things off-site, you really need to start looking at putting in a data center, which is not something we've ever had to do because we're on a corner and we can daisy chain our MDFs and IDFs together and make it work. Once we move off-site, that's going to be a problem. I know that's not something that's budgeted inside of the bond to do that type of project, but I do think for expansion and growth, if you're going to be replacing the switches and you're going to be replacing cores, you are going to need the replicated backups. And I highly recommend that in the process of doing that, you do it through the cloud. The other thing that I would like you to look into, or the district to look into, that I think would be helpful too, is in doing some form of assessment to help, I don't know if that stuff comes out of an RQ, an RFP or something like that, some form of assessment to make sure that, you know, it's done in what order it needs to be. And I think they might see some things that maybe you don't. I know I do that for myself.
I think that's a good idea.
And it really does help to do those kind of assessments, whether it's a SRS security risk assessment or whether it's just a network audit of sorts. I know there's several companies out there that do it. And I think that would be a really good thing to incorporate. Yes, it's going to cost some money to do. And then the last time we did a large replacement, we contracted that work out because I know you have a limited number of staff too to do some of that kind of thing. So it's more or less kind of a comment of some of the things I saw in here. My question is whether the presentation that you have, whether or not you have built anything into the planning for any of the cybersecurity supports, such as email protection, EDR, endpoint management, and those kind of things. If that is in those numbers, and if they're not, they really need to be added, because if you're going to put in new switches and new cores, that they're not any good to if you don't have the other security on that. So those were just kind of, I didn't know if that was built into that component, or if you have that somewhere else, like in software costs.
No, it's somewhere else.
Okay.
Paul and I were gonna have to talk about that.
As long as that's in there, I didn't see anything related to that, so I just wanted to know
Yeah,
if it was in the
when I,
plan.
when I came on board, like, I mean, immediately I was approached, we gotta get some iPads, we gotta get some Chromebooks. And then as I'm doing my walkthroughs, the network is really the piece we need to be concentrating. And I know the devices are what we have to do the job, but I think these three things that I put in there were the priority as I saw them and then, you know, I was asked about. But we do have a piece for the EDR and some of the other cybersecurity. I would like to do a little bit different thing than what we're doing right now, but I believe that would come out in the assessment you're talking about. Back in 21, they did a network assessment I read that identified a lot of this stuff and a little bit of cybersecurity, but not a whole lot. I think there are companies out there that will go the extra mile and look at procedures and policies I know that we don't have here that I would like to see put in place. But that's just part of the growing pain, I guess. But I mean, we're gonna have to rip the Band-Aid off and fix it.
And just, I would agree, like, he is starting, I mean, you're doing, this is great because the devices, that's your first line. And anything that goes out of life.
But yes, ma'am, I do agree with
You're
you.
open up to other things, so it's gonna be sticker shock, I think, especially when we start talking data centers. Because I know based on our budget, that's a lot of the budget, but, and I think it will go up from there, but.
Well, and two, you're bringing on another campus.
Yes.
And that's gonna be a big load on this network that's already stressed, you know,
We did a lot of
and
work in
age.
it, it's really good, so.
And that's part of the piece I'm gonna try to address next week when we, you know, for lack of a better word, blow the network up and, you know, really build it for the future, in my opinion. Because right now, you can, if you were to sit there and look at it, you can see where this regime, this director, they did this, that director did this. And it's just layer upon layer, and I just think we just need to do it right once and for all, and that's what we're gonna do.
Any other questions? Great job.
Okay, thank you.
Also wanted to let the record show that Lacey Gosh joined the meeting at 6:55. So moving on, we'll talk about our grant-funded dyslexia position.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jana Smith, the Director of Special Education, RTI 504, and now dyslexia. This coordinator position is a grant-funded position for year one. This is a position that we talked about back when I came in 2019. Becky Newton was the director before me, and she and I got together with our dyslexia therapist, and we talked about the impact a dyslexia coordinator would have on our district. It was then that a year later, we, with their help, we applied for the dyslexia, a grant for dyslexia coordinator, but it didn't go through. Last year, we applied as a district for just a special programs coordinator to help with the systems that I'm going to be walking through. So this has been in the works for quite some time, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the impact if the position continued. So right now, we have 192, actually, as of today, we have a few other students that have now joined us from other districts, so we're really sitting at 195. This is a living, breathing document so that, you know, kids withdraw and enroll all the time. So that 192 dyslexia students, we have about 225 RTI students. That's 225 academic students that are receiving Tier 3 support. And in addition to that, I know right here it says student impact of 417, but actually, if you take all of special education, which is 363 students, all of 504, which is about 223 students, and all of RTI, which is 225 students, you have over 800 students that would be impacted by a coordinator that can focus specifically on this disability, and also help, because the state and federal legislation emphasizes early identification and intervention for students who may be at risk with a reading difficulty, including dyslexia. So the idea is to get in and help them. I did put the impact of teachers, because that's really important. So this is all intermediate, elementary teachers. There's about 50 teachers that would receive specific training that has also been paid for by this grant to come and help implement that training, including all the special education staff, so about 80 members. So total impact of our district would be pretty great. We can go to the next slide. So the coordinators would be instrumental in providing that reading intervention, ensuring that that multisensory lessons that are supposed to be happening every single day in the dyslexia classroom are happening. One of the things that I took note in, when we had our audit this year, the audit was reviewing the year prior. So one of the things that the audit mentioned for dyslexia is that we're getting through our lessons, but we're getting through them in 2 days rather than 1 day. Let me walk you through what that looks like. So in one 45-minute lesson for dyslexia, they have to hit within just a few minutes, because remember, it's a 45-minute lesson. They're going to hit phonological practice, alphabet, review decks, new learning that day, that quick learning, a reading practice, handwriting practice, spelling practice, and then components of language. So it's a scripted lesson. So it's very intense. What was happening is, and we got dinged on this, is we're only getting through a portion of it because there were so many kids in class. Everyone has to have the same amount of repetition. So you can imagine by the time you get to that 8th, 9th, and 10th person, you've run out of time. So it took 2 days to do one lesson. We've now helped that because we have a 4th interventionist. Let's go to the next slide. So that 4th interventionist, if you have, this is just a quick walk in the day of a life of a dyslexia interventionist. So let's say she gets here at 7:30 in the morning. She's actually pulling groups right then and there if she's not on duty, so helping with students getting their day ready. So from 8 to 8:45, she's supposed to be having 5 students or less. But if with a coordinator, we can have them with 5 students. The next group is an immediate push in. 5 students till 9:30, 5 students till 10:30, 5 students till 11:15, a quick lunch, 5 students until 12:30, 5 students until 2:20, a 45-minute planning. Now, keep in mind, every single day, our interventionists are in either a 504 meeting or an ARD during their planning, so they don't really get a planning, and they're going after school into that planning. And then they go back to teach a 7th group, so all of them have 7 groups. In that one day for that interventionist, they're going to be responsible for the ARDs, the fluency assessments, the individualized lessons for those 7 different groups. So what will a coordinator provide? Well, a coordinator is going to do a bunch of overflow groups, so 2 or 3 overflow groups. And then that coordinator will also have time to help with fidelity of their practices, in addition to all of the things that I had put in the coordinator rationale. You know, they're doing the failure ARDs, the staffing. So anytime you have students that are failing or not performing, we're gonna staff on them. So one of the things that I discovered in the last 2 years is every time in years past when we had a staffing, we just missed class. We didn't make it up. When we go to an ARD, we just missed class. We didn't make it up. So that's something that we've been really cautious about the last 2 years, is keeping track of every time we miss instruction. And then we're tracking their performance, and so that's important as well, as how well they're performing in STAR and how well they're performing on their assessments. let's go to the next slide. All right, so how would the coordinator positively impact Navarro? All right, they're gonna design and develop and assist with that implementation of the quality program, all the heavy hitters we found out in our audit. They're gonna conduct all the professional development having to do with specific learning disability and dyslexia. They're gonna provide, I'll do all the other professional development having to do with everything else related to special ed. There's 12 other disabilities. They're gonna provide direct instruction for students as well and participate in the monitoring and compliance of all Section 504 and IEPs. They're also gonna be able to write, this person's gonna be able to write every single initial supplement, which is very important that that initial supplement's written and designed correctly. Let's move to the next slide. All right, key points. We have the annual required dyslexia trainings. We have the kinder dyslexia screener, the first grade dyslexia screener, and these need to be monitored intently. This person's going to be able to help with the Orton-Gillingham training, the Reading by Design program, all of the dysgraphia interventions. They're going to oversee and assist with implementation of the district screening procedures, very consistent with the dyslexia handbook as well. All right, this year, so we were approved for $137,000 and change grant. Yes, that includes this coordinator position this year. One of the things that I wanted to create is a check, a monthly check on what was accomplished, what was done, how this person is performing. So keep markers on their progress and their performance throughout this first grant funded year. And of course, whoever applies for it understands this is a grant funded position. It doesn't mean they wouldn't have a job necessarily with Navarro ISD the following year. They could possibly move into a SPED teacher position or move into a general education teacher position. Or if an interventionist left, move into an interventionist position. We would like to keep a coordinator. How would we do that? Well, we could look at the state comp ed funds. You can't spend it necessarily on this position because it is a required position. But there are positions we have, and that's where we would work with Paul. And for example, we have interventionists that they qualify for state comp ed funds. So it's one of these substitutions that could we use state comp ed funds to pay for another position to help support this? Sure. There's opportunities to look at how we can continue to support this even after this first year. So that's the presentation I have so far. I did want to let you know that our district's dyslexia overall, we're at about 9%, just under 9%. The state average is between 5% and 20%. On average, it's about 11. So we're pretty good. We're not over, we're not in an alarming rate, in other words. So that's just kind of a good thing to kind of think about when you think about our percentage overall in the district. Do you have any questions? I know I sent answers to a bunch of the questions you had, but does anybody have any questions?
I have a clarifying question. So, and I didn't see it before, but as you talked about it in the presentation. So, is this person specifically for the oversight and coordination of dyslexia? Because when you talk about all the students and stuff, you were bringing in RTI, which is not dyslexia. You're bringing a lot of these other things.
I am.
And so if we're hiring a coordinator to specifically help with that population, why would we water down their ability to impact the dyslexia program by also incorporating them with all of the other RTI responsibilities? I mean, because at that point, what you're talking about, in my opinion, is just, you're asking for a SPED coordinator that has some dyslexia background. I'm
going to answer that question. Okay. That's a great question, Lacey. So, yes, they would have their hands on and be responsible for 192. Absolutely, those 92. But what they're going to do when they do trainings, that's the impact I mean with the general ed population. It's through trainings. So they're gonna be able to meet with teachers to say, oh, yeah, you're suspecting a reading disability, reading difficulty, could push into dyslexia. You're a gen ed teacher in this classroom. Now I'm gonna have you come into my Dyslexia Academy workshop that I'm gonna provide, or my OG Academy workshop that I'm gonna provide. Or this is examples of multisensory strategies you're gonna use in the classroom with reading interventions. So their impact is more with the general education teachers to impact, so the general education teacher can impact those students. So it'll be in that capacity.
Okay. And then my second question is, you have this person also doing direct instruction.
Mm-hmm.
So would they be assigned specific students? Mm-hmm. Because typically in a coordinator type position, you run out of, if you're doing all of the paperwork, you're doing all the supplements, you're doing all of those pieces, you're managing the testing and all of those components, providing that direct instruction directly to students seems like a little bit.
It's a lot. So
it's a lot, and so I was curious about how, is that just
it's a good question.
You need other people?
Yeah.
Because you need other interventionists, or you need other dyslexia support in addition to this, or is it really just kind of, I'm going to provide direct instruction as I observe, as I... No,
so right now I got together with all of the teachers on the last day that they were on contract. So that's Mrs. Hayes, Mrs. Neesmith, Mrs. Mulvaney, and Mrs. Marler. We talked about each of their groups. And if we keep them based on where the kids are and under 5, following that fidelity, right? Each one of them could typically have about 35 students all day long, right? That they're supporting and they're helping, and they wouldn't necessarily have to leave their class to do that art. But you do have an overflow of about 20 students, or less, a little bit less. So we would like, they might have a group that's of 6 here or there, but we would like for at least 1 period, if not 2, for that coordinator to be able to have a period that's a designated period. For example, first period. So you wouldn't hold ARDS during that time, or you wouldn't, it could be first period plus tutorials kind of thing, or something like that. Could be at 1 class at the high school. Could be something that she's gonna do or he's gonna do to make up the difference. And we do need 1, if not 2 groups. And I tell you when we discovered it. When time at the intermediate, you're gonna have the most dyslexia students at the intermediate. Why? Because it's 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. When time, even though they're gonna have a couple, that's the time, that 1 class that you're gonna need that coordinator to go over and be responsible for a class during win time, so that the kids aren't pulled out during reading and science and social studies every single time. You wanna impact it right there. So this person will need to take, we're banking on 2 classes right now, but the rest of the time, we want them to be able to be in the arts, help lead the arts, in the 504s, and kind of release that control so that the teachers can now teach. This is kind of something that some of the other districts are doing as well. When I collaborate with other districts around us. Do we need another interventionist right now? Of course, we would love one, but financially, we can't afford one.
No,
and
I agree.
yeah, we really don't. Do we have an overflow of 2 classes? Yes, but not 7 classes right now. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Real quick. I'm just going by the information you provided with us before the meeting. We had some questions. You showed about 92, if I added it correctly, that are getting direct instruction right now, if I added it correctly.
There were 2 I noticed on there because I was gone, and I had help with one of my spreadsheets, but I noticed there was 2 categories that were zeros, that those numbers were off. Okay. So really, it was 125. There was 1 category, it was 6th grade, that was a 0 that was supposed to be 10, and there was another category that was supposed to be 4 that was a 0. But that otherwise,
that was my question, because she was talking about a coordinator having to do classes. I was adding 35 per interventionist in my head, going, that's 140.
Right.
If the number you gave us was correct, it was only 92. That's less than 25 a teacher.
No.
And then I was like, holy cow, we're growing that many. If we're growing 50 in 1 year, I was going to be appalled, because that's just unreal. I mean, that's doubling our
Yeah, no,
Our
we
students.
haven't, we were at, direct instruction, we were at 116, now we're at 177 that we're providing instruction to. We can't turn down people that come. So we have an obligation to serve our students that come. So we do have a lot of students that have come in. We also have an obligation, if a student is Section 504, dyslexia, but not showing progress at all, we have an obligation to test them. So some of the students have come in captured that way. We also just have identified students that needed the services that weren't being provided the services before. So we're really trying to get a handle on just making sure we're meeting our students' needs where they are.
My other question is on the grant specifically. Does the grant state it's only for someone that already has the education? Or is the grant possible if we took one of our teachers and wanted to grow from within, if we took one of our interventionists and wanted to send them to school, could we use the money for that? Is it?
Yes.
So it's not just hiring a person?
Yes, and so the job description, one of the things I wanted to do is be real clear in the job description, just to make sure they are an accredited teacher with a bachelor's degree, 3 years, preferably experience serving students with reading difficulties, in dyslexia specific, and demonstrate that knowledge of dyslexia. So the ability to collaborate, a few other things. It's not required that they're a therapist. We would love to have a therapist apply. Could we grow our own? Absolutely. So it could be a teacher that is a rock solid reading teacher that has experience with dyslexia students, that's willing to get the training right now, that wants to move up in a position. Absolutely.
I guess more the reason I was asking is not necessarily to add a person without experience. If we were, to me, in my opinion, if we were going to add a fifth, it would need to be somebody that was already had the education.
Absolutely.
It's just my opinion. I think that person needs to have the education.
Absolutely.
If we were going to take one of the 4 we already have, and they wanted to become the coordinator, obviously that would need to go there. I wouldn't want to add a 5th person and then try to train them up as we go along.
I agree. That's why they need to
already have the education and the training.
Right.
I was thinking of one of the 4 we already had. If we wanted to send them to school and just stay with the 4, that was my thought process.
You know, when I wrote the grant, and then I had to rewrite it during spring break, they sent me an email Monday of spring break and said, you're one of the finalists, your district is one of the finalists, but there's some clarification needed on all these sections, and we have to pull this out, pull this out, pull this out. One of the things they pulled out was the Grow Your Own CALT, because it takes 2 years to become CALT certified and become a therapist, and it's only a 1-year grant, so they wouldn't let me add that portion in. It's something that we could talk about offering to one of our 4 highly qualified interventionists if they want to go back to school, and it's $6,000 total. It's $3,000 a year to become CALT certified. And what's nice is if someone becomes CALT certified, they have to be teaching dyslexia students anyway, because that's part of the program, is being able to implement what you're learning at night and after school into your classes. So that's something that could be talked about.
Board members, I think it would be important that what I have heard as I've come into this position is a need for a 2-pronged approach. I do think that we need to look at growing our own in the expertise of CALT. It's very difficult to find a CALT in the industry. So to me, that's a side project. If we were to pull one of our current interventionists, not that I don't think that we don't have capable folks, but you're opening up that hole again, and trying to find someone, the concerns about the workload, the caseload, and having the support of this type of position have been the things that I've been told was the reason and the rationale for bringing in this type of position. I do share your concerns, Ms. Gosh, in relation to the scope of the work. I think one of the things I have made very clear coming in after this grant has already been applied is that I prefer, when we are looking at adding grants or funding, to be as close to students as possible. Adding to administration is kind of last resort. It is necessary, management and keeping track of our metrics and holding people accountable is certainly a part of the business of school. But our main mission is to be with kids and be providing that service. So I had mentioned to Ms. Smith that I felt that this could potentially be a hybrid situation where we are serving students not only to meet that overflow need, but also provide that campus instructional coaching of being able to be in the room, provide that support, and have those interventionists also see how it needs to be accomplished for us to move those kids. When we see their performance, we're not seeing the gains that we should. So I have mentioned this to you before. I do not hire people to fill a position, even if we have been granted monies for that position. We are going to have a difficult time finding a really qualified person for this position. But I think it is worth going out and trying to find that person. I think we will see growth in this area. Unfortunately, we saw gaps through COVID. We've seen folks really struggling with reading, hence we have the reading academies from TEA. We have new mandates which have come back in this last legislative session about what particular reading programs schools can even use, prep programs can even use, because we're essentially saying we've been doing it wrong and we need to shift our approach to reading intervention. So I do think it is a viable position for us, and we'll be looking for the highest quality candidate. If we cannot come up with that, we'll be coming back to you with an update on what our intervention strategies will be without this position, but it is something that we wanted to bring to you.
Thank you for saying that, because because that was gonna be my next comment. I know the value in it, I understand the need and what you said, and definitely here, I never always kind of kept touch with the kids in some form or fashion, and knowing that it would be limited, one period a day, something like that would help with it. I think the only other comment I would make has to do with what I see on the job description. And I think we have put a Band-Aid on the need for a while. I know we have not had therapists here in a little over a year, and there's kind of been a Band-Aid put on with some interventionists and stuff like that. When I look at the minimum qualifications, my concern is that you basically have asked for a teacher with some reading extension. I would be interested if we're really looking to make a difference, and I totally get that that person may not be out there, and that we may have to go back and shift, but I would really like to see the minimum qualifications have some form, I mean, especially as a coordinator, higher degree,
absolutely,
specialty, something like that. And right now it's not there, it's all under preferred, and that's just me, that's my opinion. That's a take it or leave it. I get that's an administrative decision, but I do feel like that the minimum qualifications are a little bit lacking in terms of actually filling everything that you kind of stated is the end point and what you're trying to do with the grant.
Okay, any other questions? Great job, Janice.
Thank you.
For the information. We will have that as an action item shortly. So moving on, we have, excuse me, board meeting dates for 2023-2024. Can honestly say, I think this is the first time we've ever had the entire year laid out for us. So very excited about that. Then we can post it on the website and let everyone know what next year looks like.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Thank you to my team for meeting with me about those dates and being willing to backwards design so that we can make a very active plan about bringing you guys information in a timely manner so that we still build in time for questions prior to a board meeting so that you feel completely prepared to make decisions the night that we present publicly for you. So Wanted to share those dates with you if you saw anything. We did get some feedback. Paul rechecked the date on our first August meeting so that we would meet the timeline for the budget meeting. So we made that quick adjustment. But if you saw any other issues, we did try to move around the holidays, which tend to cause us a few problems. We do have, because of the backward design, some overlap time, so we may be working on a board meeting before we have the first board meeting, but it at least gives us a roadmap to be able to share with you the information in a timely manner.
Any questions?
Oh, this is great.
Yeah. That's a really good job. Awesome. Okay, moving on to budget. Paul, is it your show? Sir.
Excuse the jacket, that blows right on the back of my neck. I'm almost ready to pull the hood over myself to kind of keep warm. All I can say to start with is this has probably been, if not the most, one of the most challenging years to try to come up with a budget, since we really don't have the answers from the legislature on everything they're going to do. So what you've got in front of you is a very, very preliminary numbers, unfortunately, but we're going to have to work off of those this year. This is kind of a middle of the road in terms of where we expect enrollment. I have, in my, all weekend I was working on a best case scenario and a worst case scenario, and I finally, after talking to Mrs. Epley, we kind of decided to split the middle, which is what I was shooting for, I think, what I kind of liked. So where you can see we're going to have a large increase in revenue, but as you, what I've put on in terms of expenses in the general fund, I've budgeted out the revenue based on current law with the state and based on what we have at the moment for our tax appraisal items. Then I took the beginning, the budget, and basically all you see on there right now in terms of the expenditures where the changes that are going to occur is items that have already been set. The staff that you have added and approved. Salary adjustments, some that already have occurred, some that will may be approved. There's the change in TRS and Medicare, which is going to be caused by the salaries. The security that was added, that y'all added in last year's budget, during the year last year, but again, it impacts this year. So it wasn't in there at the beginning of the year, so have to add it in. The Guadalupe County Appraisal District, because our tax rate went up and our tax collections became a bigger percentage, we had to pick up a bigger percentage of their budget. So based on what they've given us so far, there's that increase of $77,000. Then the bus driver salaries increases. The second page actually goes into detail on all the other smaller items that are there, such as the contracted services for the professional services, OT and PT, all those items. This past year, we had been using some supplemental ESSER funds that had been provided specifically for special ed. So those are over with at the end of this year. So those, if we maintain those kinds of expenditures, they're going to have to come back to the general fund. Transportation, with the increase in the number of buses, will be there. The only increase at the moment above the regular budget for technology is what they had requested, and some original numbers was $100,000 above where we were. So what you saw presented earlier is not yet built into this. Okay, I want to make sure that's clear. Property and casualty insurance have no choice there. We've been told 15 to 25% increase. We should see real numbers from our insurer here at the end of the month. So I'll have a better number, but right now that's a maximum number. So hopefully it will come down a little bit, but we will see. Debt service expenses, we are actually losing. We are paying off one of the general fund payments this year. I've left some in there just in case we end up going through the process of borrowing some additional money for some of the projects that may occur, that if there aren't right now built into the budget, I haven't built them in there because if we do those, they will have to be borrowed funds. There's no way we'll be able to afford those. And y'all have seen those in the updates. Then the capital equipment, because we have taken care of the event center floor, we're buying the buses using the bond money, so I've reduced those down. So I've taken a lot of items off that were on capital there to give us some benefit back into the budget. So as you can see, when we come down to those final numbers, that right now, before doing anything with any additional raises, anything, any additional expenses, just taking care of what we need is we have $170,000 left over. So it will become a question of how far we want to go and what we want to do in terms of raises, which again, a lot of that will depend on, we don't know what the legislature is going to do. So I know of some districts that are passing raises now. I know some that are saying we're going to hold and saying we want to give a raise, this is how much, but it depends on whether or not the legislature passes. So there are a couple of there are options out there of what we may want to do, and that's something that if we may want to discuss, we will definitely want to discuss further with you in terms of where y'all would want to go in terms of a direction. The child nutrition budget and the debt service budget. The debt service again is one of those that's up for grabs at the moment. Again, because we're currently looking at whether or not we will issue that $35 million in additional bonds now versus waiting. Because of, again, we don't know, it's the legislative action. And we're working with Samco right now and Mr. Westerman and his group to see what's going to be the best benefit. If we do it now, yes, it's going to cost us X amount of extra in interest, but if the legislature passes some additional homestead exemption, we will get held harmless for that. So it's really a trade-off of one for the other. So we're working with them to try to figure out what those numbers are and what's the best move. But again, we will have to move quickly on that as we move forward because we have to set the tax rate. So, and all those calculations and everything have to be done by August. So we will be making a decision on what is the best to do fairly quickly. So that is where we stand at the moment. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? I do have a question about, and I'm glad that you had mentioned that you felt like you needed maybe some more guidance on salary increases. I know that is something that's been held up. However, I don't know that we're going to have an answer before we need to say something to the staff.
Right.
So I would just be curious what other board members think that I think we need to do, like we typically have in the past, and go ahead and look at like the 3%, 5%, what the difference, how would that impact what we currently have, if there's other percentages that you guys want to throw out. Typically, I mean, I think those are the two that we've looked at.
Yeah, and
we can at least start from there and see if we need to go.
And I do know what a 3% will be a little over $500,000, right around $520,000. And in addition to that, we would also want to try to offset some of the costs from the health insurance. At least try to go up an extra $25 per. $30 would cover the total increase on the lowest cost program, so that it would not impact any of those people taking that lower cost. And a $30 change in that would cost us around $70,000.
And just remind us, last year we did 5%? Or 6?
We did 5 last year. We
Yeah.
did do 5 last year.
That's what I was thinking.
I have a quick question. I know our fund balance is very good, as far as what we have here. My question is, what is our threshold number for that?
3 months is gonna be about, $6 million, a little over 6 million. I'm doing that in my head real fast, but
That's fine, I just wasn't, I couldn't remember what.
3 months is what they,
3 months
tell
is
you
what
to
they
shoot,
did. I just
what they
wasn't
tell you to
sure.
shoot for, yes. But I will also point out that, looking at that, at least for the next 2 years, based on what the TEA just published for how they will be calculating what they pay us on their state aid, those numbers were much lower than what we are looking at in terms of what our actual enrollment will be. So we will be having to pick up that slack, at least for the next 2 years. So they will owe us money they should owe us money at the end of each year. But again, we have to suffer through that. We have to pick up that slack during that time frame.
You did say the projected revenues are current.
That's current law.
Current law, okay.
That is current law. So if they pass an increase, then that will assist us. The question becomes, if they give us an increase, what other requirements will they put in there? They're talking about 50% of any increase having to go to salaries. Well, then the question becomes, do we get to count what we've already given as part of that increase? Or are they gonna say, no, you budgeted that, so you've already decided that, so anything we give you extra now, you have to add on. So there are questions that arise, and one of the things we talked about was doing, if a raise is passed, when we do that, putting in some language that tries to protect us from that. And see if the attorneys have any suggestions for that. One district made it, that I talked to, did make it sound like they had done something along those lines.
We also, of course, are watching any special session that might change the property tax relief. As you well know, we are rooftops, and so the initial $70,000 going to $100,000 of homestead exemption had both Paul and I turning a few shades of green, because that is quite a bit of taxable income we wouldn't see. And it doesn't stop future mandates in the special session coming our way. As Paul mentioned, whether it's additional funds given to us for safety and security projects or things like that, but the mandate being well beyond the monies they're giving us to actually fulfill. And then once you take 50% of that for compensation, it really puts us in a bind as we try to plan. So I appreciate the work that Paul has done to give us a good picture as it stands in current law, but we really are at the mercy of any potential special session going forward. And I think it puts school boards in a really uncomfortable place in trying to set a budget going forward, as well as honor our people with upfront compensation as they make decisions about their careers. So again, appreciate the work you've done, Paul, and I appreciate your patience for it, because we know legislative years are often challenging, but this one in particular has put you in quite a bit of a bind.
I would hope, especially knowing the lateness of the special session that they're predicting, is that, you know, it's always who knows what they're gonna decide, but whatever decisions they make would be for the following year, maybe. Because at that point, they're gonna know the entire state has locked in their tax rate. I mean, there's not gonna be a lot of wiggle room at that point, because tax rates are dictated also by town lines.
Well,
And so,
actually, one of the pieces of legislation that they were looking at, they put in a stipulation that if it passed, and knowing they could certainly pass it still in September, that tax bills could not be sent out in October, and that they were giving special dispensation in the law that said they would be out in December. So basically, they will put something in there that says you have to go back and recalculate your tax rate and then redo it and put it out.
Doesn't surprise me.
No, didn't surprise me or anyone else either.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? If not, we'll move on to, thank you, Paul, for the work. No, it is challenging for y'all. Meal price increase.
That's me. Can you pull the slides up from the agenda, or? I didn't know if they would be up there or not. I can work off my computer, if y'all can see them. I just have to go back to where I was. Well, so every year on an annual basis, USDA requires now that every district goes through this calculation of what their weighted average meal price is. It's based on the number of meals served and prices and what you were collecting. They're trying to get it close to the rate of their meal reimbursement. So going through that calculation this year, the weighted average rate for that they have, that it should be, is $3.56, and you round it down a little bit. You can go down to the nearest nickel, $3.55. There is right now our average, when we did that average for us this year, it works out to just a little close to $3.13, and rounded up, it's $3.13. There's at least a 10% chance, 10 cent increase that should be done, that they want you to do. They want you to get to that 356. They don't want it sitting. So you have to show movement. So by taking we're asking for a 15-cent increase across the board on each campus, which, using the same numbers from last year, takes us to an average of $3.28. We would at least need to go to $3.23. We're asking to go to $3.28 so that we don't leave so much on the table, worrying that one of these days USDA is going to come in here and say, you have to charge this much, that they're going to change the rules on us. So we want to keep it. They allow us to not go all the way. We don't have to hit that 355, but we have to keep moving. We need to keep moving forward to not carry over that large of a difference, because I think we all wonder one of these days that they're going to change their minds and say you have to hit that number. So we would rather not hit everybody with one big increase. And as you can see you'll see in the agenda item, we've had increases steadily. Last year we went up. I think we went from the free and reduced, 1920 to 2021 was one of our biggest increases. 2023 we went up a little from there, but this next year, in order to get that weighted average, we need to try to hit that 328, and these prices will get us close to that, and it also gives us a little bit of a cushion in case, depending on what occurs with meals. But again, also one of the things that this is, as you know, at the grocery store, food prices aren't coming down, so we expect it to keep getting worse before it gets much better. I think the only thing we can really hope for is a slowdown in the increase. So that's one of the other reasons we want to try to keep that price moving, so that we can try to cover all the food costs. And next year, one of the things we were very fortunate in the last couple of years. Texas Department of Agriculture has had that supply chain funds that they have given districts grants for to help offset some of those costs, but that money is disappearing. So this will help keep us in the black as we move forward.
Any questions? Thank you, Paul.
Okay.
Now we're going to go ahead and move into reports, starting with the campus activity reports. Are there any questions on any new reports that were provided? Not going to go ahead and move into the superintendent's report. Okay.
So we'll start out with our enrollment. May for us showed a year-over-year increase of 249 students. And, you know, I break down and show you guys the grade levels. I think it's interesting to note that our largest growth is in first grade, fifth grade, and ninth grade. We did see some areas going down, but slightly. We're talking less than 6 kids in areas of 11th and 12th grade, as well as 4th grade. But overall, our ADA was an increase from the previous year, very slight, but 94.07% to 94.09%. And as you know, Paul does his budget projection off 94%, so it's a testament to Paul being right on the money there. But we are obviously in a good place with attendance. I think we can be better. I firmly believe that when children are out, they're missing out. And so this week when I meet with campus administration, I'll be emphasizing our need to really incentivize attendance. It is money for our kids to get the things that they need and for us to be able to support the instruction that we want to have for our students. And bottom line, they need to be there to get that instruction. So we will continue to work on that. But I think it speaks to the overall planning of the district and how we are seeing growth, not necessarily in one particular area, but across the district. And so as we work for our collaborative visioning and our facilities planning, we are going to be mindful that we cannot band-aid one particular campus and expect that to solve everything for us. We will be looking at a full strategic plan of managing the growth going forward. And I'll be talking to you a little bit in closed session about how we'll be scheduling those meetings before we communicate that out to the public to get people involved in that collaborative visioning, not only for our facilities, but for instruction and those needs, be it technology, special education, our athletics and programming going forward. We want our community to really have that voice and be able to communicate and give some recommendations for you as a board moving forward.
Well, good evening, President Rayfield, Superintendent Epley, and members of the board. I have the distinct pleasure tonight to give our SHAC summary. Our School Health Advisory Council is in need. It's in great need, dire need. I've been a member of it since I've come to Navarro ISD, and I really have seen some people who are enthusiastic and really trying to lift this off the ground, but we're trying to do a restart, and I need your help. So when we think about the School Health Advisory Committee, they have just been given lots of new tasks from the legislative session. One of those is we are going to have to provide AED training. 6th through 12th grade students are going to have to become familiar with the system. It does walk them through how to use it, but a lot of students are anxious about it, so they want to make sure that in a safety situation that they have adequate training to appropriately be able to use that device. The other thing that is of great concern is, unfortunately, these controlled substances and these, I guess children have little things in packages that look like gummy fruits and they end up being dronabinol pills or synthetic marijuana or some type of a harmful substance. So they want us also through the SHAC committee to come forward with some training for our students. And so when you start thinking about child safety and you start thinking about the importance of this committee, we really want to have people involved in our School Health Advisory Committee that are going to give their time and willing to participate and give feedback. I know on social media parents have a lot of opinions, but when it comes to a meeting in public here, there are not many that show up, and it has always concerned me. So we looked at what the School Health Advisory can do to attract parents. One of the things we need to do is be diligent with communicating what we're trying to do and what we need parents to participate with. So we've moved our meeting times in conjunction with DEIC, which is our Education Improvement Committee, at 6 o'clock. I feel like that's enough time for parents to go home, get the kids settled, maybe something to eat, and these meetings will run from 6 to 7:30 in conjunction with DEIC. We're required to do 4 quarterly meetings, so I have 2 in the fall and 2 in the spring, with others as needed. It's always a possibility that legislation will come up and we'll have to make some important decisions regarding curriculum. SHARE program is what we currently use, but parents have lots of opinions about when we're talking about human sexuality and the things that we're going to be teaching. I know I've had some emails this year about critical race theory issues and things that are just, you know, on the hot topic calendar right now. But I need your help. So school board members are to appoint 5 members of our SHAC committee. So who do those individuals need to be? Well, more than half of our committee has to be parents that are not employees. Right now, I have a lot of parents, but they're also employees. They cannot be employees. So in my presentation, if we'll move to slide 3, these individuals are going to be making recommendations on obesity prevention, cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes training, suicide, opioid addiction and abuse, again, human sexuality, child abuse, family violence, dating violence, and sex trafficking. Those topics can be fermenting to some people. They feel uncomfortable, but it's important that we have people that can make sound judgment and decisions about these curriculums as we're introducing them to our most precious commodity, our students. So what does the SHAC committee do? Well, we coordinate lots of activities. I don't know if you were a part of Field Day, but if you were, it was at the high school stadium. It was amazing. The kids had a great time with lots of different activities. That is a SHAC type of activity. We have the Jingle Bell Run, the Color Run, all types of food fairs. I don't know if you had a chance to go to the food fair, but Carlette just did an amazing job of introducing students to foods that they would not otherwise maybe choose. And it was fun to see their faces as they were trying foods that they'd never tried before. So those are some of the things that our school health advisory committee or council would do. One of the exciting things that lifted off the ground this year is our Texas Child Health Access through telemedicine. We actually have that program in place for our parents that cannot otherwise access these services, and it is provided free. Along with that comes YAM, which is our Youth Aware of Mental Health. I will say that the #1 conversation that I have with students is about stress and anxiety, how to manage stress, how to manage anxiety, how to balance lots of extracurricular activities with lots of academic activities. So this YAM program is a way for them to seek help outside of school, and maybe they don't feel comfortable talking to a parent. They can talk to one of these counselors, who of course is going to get permission from the parent, but really help guide a student in those mental health crises. We're also going to be talking about food allergy awareness at the SHAC committee. We really have to be diligent about that as food allergens are more and more prevalent. Students don't always speak up for their allergies, you know, especially when there's pizza at the table and maybe they have a gluten allergy, but they don't always want to share that. And then we do annual training for our staff and students. We call them compliance courses and safety training courses, and the SHAC helps us to put those together. We use a program called Vector Solutions to do that. So who can be on the SHAC committee? Again, they can be parents that are maybe interested in the community as far as health initiatives go. It can be a parent that just really wants to get involved and they, you know, don't have the opportunities to volunteer at the campus, but here they can help us put together school-wide activities, district-wide activities. If a parent has questions about SHAC, or if a community member that you want to recommend has questions, we have a website that's really very, I mean, it's got a lot of information, it's profound. So I'm gonna ask if Zach will launch our website. There is a page at the end that is an application. And so parents can learn a lot about our programs, what we do, who's involved, who's been involved. They can look at minutes from previous meetings. Of course, this last year we haven't had many, so we are suffering in that regard. But at the very, very bottom, there's going to be, and Celeste and I have talked about moving this to a more prominent place on the website because everything seems to be at the bottom of each page. So again, a multitude of information, but there it is, SHAC new membership application. So I'm going to send out, this is the old one here, the new one has been updated. We are going to send out the new application in a communication to parents and see how much interest we can solicit. But again, I need for the board to appoint 5 members to this committee. And you can give them my contact information. Again, this is the old form. New form will have the fax number for central office, the contact number for central office, and my email contact. So I enjoy talking to parents about this initiative. They've done some wonderful things for our district already. I don't know if you've seen the massage chairs here at the intermediate in the teacher's lounge, but that was through SHAC. And those, I don't know if you've if you've had a chance to sit in them, but you need to go and take some time in there, right?
I'm like, no, I have not.
Gotta wear these chairs.
Yes, they're amazing, and that was a SHAC initiative. They're on this counter in the teacher workroom, and they're super awesome. Yes. That's why our custodians are always smiling after for PLCs there. Yes. So, questions for me about the SHAC committee or our initiatives for next year?
I just want to clarify, they need to be parents of students, not community members.
They can be both.
Okay.
But the majority of our committee needs to be parents, about 50%. My goal is I would love to have 24, double dozen people, because of the different things that we have to do throughout the year. That would, if we could have 24 people in this committee that could also be a part of DEIC, I really feel like we could make some great decisions. I feel like a lot of times we have these meetings and there are 5 of us, and the concepts are, I mean, yes, Clay, good morning, you've been there with me at these meetings. These are big topics and big decisions, and when you make a decision, people look at you like, who made that decision? You're like, well, there were 5 of us at a SHAC meeting about a month ago, and we were hoping more would come. So we usually get the input after the decision is made, but we really would like to resurrect this committee. It's a great cause. It's a wonderful opportunity to network with our community and tap into some of our community resources. There are people that tried to get involved. They really did. I just think that we have to be diligent with our time. We have to look at a later time in order to accommodate our families and maybe provide a meal, a healthy meal, which Carlette does a great job with that. Thank you.
All right, our next topic is the softball field update. I did tell you at the last board meeting that we would be looking into the issues with the softball field. We did have an engineer come out, give us a look at the softball field. The $350,000 quote I gave you initially, if you'll remember, was the cosmetic pieces of the dugouts. It did not deal with the drainage or the slope of the field. I wish I could come to you with some good news that all we needed was us to take a backhoe over there and dig out a trench and put on a PVC pipe and we'd be good to go. But the engineer was very clear to express to me that the mound should be the highest point of the field, and it is currently the lowest. So we anticipate that there would be quite a bit of drainage work and restructuring and stripping of the field to build it back up to its proper configuration. With that said, the estimate quickly grew to encompass all things in the scope, somewhere of $750,000 to $1 million. That is definitely not news I wanted to hear. As you know, I am in full support of what programs do for kids, and I want us to have safe and playable facilities for all of our activities. But at this point, went to Paul and said we really need to go for an RFQ to have an understanding of what a true bid will be. There are options, whether that is with the RFQ for engineer purposes to get the field graded, stripped, and brought back to where it needs to be, and then approaching the cost of cosmetics. But there are also buy-board vendors who may be able to do everything turnkey. But at this point, that's what we need to get estimates for and bring that back to you. Unfortunately, we had an athletic bond that did not pass. And that's really where the funding for this type of project would need to come from. And it has put us now in a position where, as we look at rejuvenating that field, the amount of expense, is that something that now becomes something when you look at a future bond, doesn't make sense for us. And so I do want to hold and get you guys a true estimate and then have some good conversations about where we go. Because as you know, it's not just improving that field. The athletic bond was meant to give us quality facilities for all sports. And so when we start to improve one, we are going to have people reaching out asking for what we'll be doing to the other fields or facilities. So we are going to be mindful of that, but wanted to give you that update, and we'll certainly bring back when we have those estimates for you.
I just have one question about that. The softball field upgrades that we're talking about right now were actually originally budgeted out of fund balance and not part of the bond. Because that was gonna be totally different facilities across the street.
Correct.
So I understand your comment about all the other sports wanting things, but it's not like the other facilities haven't been upgraded. It's just softball license.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Assessment results.
All right.
So, I got my crystal ball out, and with our state accountability, I know many of you just got back from SLI, and you probably sat through a very dry session about state accountability. It is an interesting moving target, but I'm going to do my best to predict where I think we're heading and share with you some things. Now, there is an empty tab that will be our official results when we get them. Everything you're going to see today is preliminary, and I've actually also done some what-ifs based on where we were in 2022 with the new accountability that is coming out for 2023. Now, keep in mind, it's open for public comment right now, so we don't even know finality of our assessment system yet. And so May 19th, some guidance came out to testing coordinators, district testing coordinators. May 23rd, TEA released a 90-minute webinar for A through F accountability. So basically, what is the purpose of the A through F accountability? Well, it's just like in a classroom. They're going to give our district a grading system based on multiple factors. First of all, they're going to look at student achievement and how our students are growing from year to year. Now, we get lots of progress points, and we will this year get lots of progress points because our emergent bilingual students did exceptionally well. The preliminary scores are showing that our TELPAS assessment, the way that we set it up this year, was more conducive to the students being successful. We also gave them lots of opportunity to do the speaking because they didn't understand how to record themselves. They didn't understand how long they needed to speak, what they should say. So we did a lot of practice work in the back end to help our students feel very comfortable. I was so excited after testing. They're not supposed to talk about testing, but after testing, they're like, I did a great job. And just to see that enthusiasm from students is what we were hoping, because we know that our emergent bilingual students are some of our shyest students across our campuses. So the other work that I'm really, really proud of is our students in the STAR alternate program. We had quite a few students, EOC level, all the way down to 3rd grade, who took alternative STAR assessments. And this is a lot of work on the teacher. Our elementary teacher had multiple days of testing because she had 8 students that had to take multiple tests. So kudos to all the work that she did to prepare, because there's preparation materials that have to be done. They have a preview section where they bring in all the materials, prepare them for their students, and they're done individually for each student. So I'm very excited right now. It looks like 100% of our students met growth and 100% of our students in STAR Alt have passed. So let's look at the numbers. In the very first part of your binder is a timeline of when I'm expected to get, when the district is expected to get all of our official scores. So May 31st, we got early scale scores, which we'll look at. In June, the end of this month, preliminary assessment reports are going to be coming. On the 30th of June, I'll be able to give parents preliminary assessment results, because I know they're anxiously asking, and the ones that call me, I do have time to talk to them about the process and the progress. Right now, it's mostly EOC parents that I'm talking with. They're very concerned about their students graduating and meeting those end of course exam requirements. So we talk a lot about that. I had a lot of parents that asked me opt-out questions, because I know how I am when it comes to an assessment. I would like to opt out too, but Unfortunately, the state of Texas does not allow that. It's required for graduation. So we have lots of good conversations about options and how to support them. So EOC final reports will come to the district on 8/8. I will not know until right before school starts. Teachers will already be back, how they did, what their final report is. And then 8/11, the final assessment results will go out to our families, and we do that two ways. We do it by paper if they request it, but most of it is online directly through their parent portal. And I show the parents, they'll get an informational letter that shows them how to access that parent portal. It's really very friendly, and also it has data from as long as their child has been in the state of Texas. So if a child started testing in 3rd grade and now they're a senior, it will have all that longitudinal data in their parent portal, which is exciting. Hasn't been there before. 3 through 8 is on a later timeline. I will not get final results from them until after school starts, 8/16. Our first day of school is 8/17. So we are predicting who is going to need now House Bill 1416, which was House Bill 4545 before they decided to change it, which I'm glad. The changes that they've made have been very, very good. So we're using the next page of this timeline to make our decisions. You have likely did not pass, zone of uncertainty, and likely passed. I love that zone of uncertainty. That's where our 3rd through 8th graders are falling. I mean, they're not falling in that, but that is one of the categories that we're trying to determine. Those kids in zone of uncertainty, how have they done all year long? Do they need accelerated instruction? Are they in summer school? We are running one of the largest summer school programs we've ever run. Mrs. Epley came to me this afternoon. She said, Wendy, I saw a stack of supplemental pay sheets. I was like, yes, we have 47 employees in summer school right now. 47 employees allows us to make small groups with students who really are fragile and need the help. So kudos to the teachers that signed up to do summer school, because I know how it is. At the end of the year, your tongue is hanging. You want to go sit somewhere quiet, read a book, do something for yourselves, but they're stepping up. And we have ESL summer school that's running. Teachers are helping with accelerated instruction for our emergent bilingual students. We have enrichment programs, and I don't know if you've been into any of the enrichment program classrooms, you should come. They're so cute. I tried to put some pictures in my board report this week just so you could kind of see some of the things that they're doing. But we have over 150 students in our regular summer school program, and then there are about 38 students in credit recovery EOC at the high school. And that number, you know, it grows day to day and decreases because kids are finishing things and getting done early with their credits. Then we'll offer another session in July. We've not done that before, where we have 2 summer school sessions. So kids that couldn't come in June will have the opportunity to get things done in July before school starts. So moving on to what you have in your packet, and I'm going to pull my PowerPoint here. Thank you, Zach, for being my PowerPoint person. I'm trying to determine which domain is our strength, our strength. And I'm going to say that our student achievement domain at many campuses is proving to be our strength. Our growth domain is where we have work to do. So what particular subject is our most fragile right now? Mathematics. I have in this role been trying very, very hard to get students into advanced academics, advanced math classes. And the reason for that is because when they get into high school after algebra, many kids are done with math. They don't want to take math. They're required to take math, but it's like, oh, what's an easy math? Let me look at an easy math class. So which math class do they usually try to pick? I can tell you, because the numbers for choice are high. We want them going into geometry. We want them going into pre-calculus. We want them going off to college with pre-cal behind them and making good scores on those advanced academic placement tests, or those placement tests. Those kids that want to do engineering, we've got a lot of ag kids, you know, that want to go into ag fields, agriculture, business. They have to have those strong mathematics and science background. So that's why we push biology down, which you'll see some biology scores here in just a minute, and that's why we've pushed more kids into advanced academics. We really want those children to experience the rigor in high school so that they don't freak out when they get to college, because that freshman year is very, very taxing. All right, so I am looking now at slide, let's see if you have a number. Do you have slide number 9? Okay. So slide number 9, where are we targeting? We are targeting meets and masters. If our students are approaching, it means that there are skills that they have not yet mastered for that grade level content. They have to be meets and masters for us to see growth points. If a majority of our students are not at the meets and masters, then we have to wind back with the staff and find out what are we missing? What are our key instructional gaps? Is it our curriculum? Is it our delivery? Is it a brand new teacher with some of the very difficult to teach struggling students? What kinds of supports do teachers need in the classroom? What do we provide for them in regards to resources? So the board approved through the T-Class grant an instructional coach, actually two, a math instructional coach and a reading instructional coach. Those two ladies have been so busy helping teachers in the classroom, coaching teachers with instruction. They've helped with writing of lesson plans, they've helped with reviewing curriculum, they've helped with the assessment data. That is going to show us a good return when we get our official accountability results, because they are writing assessments that are at the meets and masters level for the students. So students will say, oh, that test was kind of hard, and we were thinking, yes, it was very hard. It was written by two curriculum specialists who know what meets and masters questions look like. So multi-level questions, no more multiple choice. Sorry, my brain is a little tired today. No more multiple choice. Now they're doing multi-tiered stepped questions, and they're having written responses, which is something we're also working on. We've had a lot of writing professional development. We brought Melanie Meyer in to lead writing professional development. She's one of the leading people out there right now. I know many of you may already know her, but she was exceptional. And then we brought in Region 20 to do some writing assessment, and Region 13. So we've done a lot with our writing processes to help kids build that skill. All right, so who are our targeted groups? Through the new accountability system, they're identifying our low performing groups, students who have performed very low over a course of time. I bet you could name them just as easily as I can, because you've heard this information, but economically disadvantaged kids have disadvantages outside of school. They don't have access. So one of the things that we have set up for next year is we have T-Class grant funds to do TutorMe. TutorMe is a 24/7 tutorial program. Any student can access it, pre-K through 12th grade, for any subject. If you are a student in calculus and you don't understand a process or a formula, you log into this TutorMe, you have an account with our district because we've rostered you, and they connect you with a teacher who can help you with that specific content at your level. And that teacher is probably the same person you're going to use for that content each and every time. They look at your personality. How do you learn? Are you a student that's shy and timid? Are you a student that's not a good listener, outgoing? You know, they look at those things. But the TutorMe program would be one of the things we can do to help our students outside of school time. So economically disadvantaged students, they're going to have a way to access an internet. Will that be our public library? Those are things that we're going to have to look at. They have devices, but with those devices, do they have connectivity? Those are some of the things that we as a district are looking at, and Steve's been great at listening to our needs with technology. He's heard a lot about need. He still smiles about it, so we appreciate that. But thinking about where we're going, economically disadvantaged students are at the top of our list. Students that are in emergent bilingual programs, students that are English language learners are at the top of our list. And then students in special education, not the STAR alternate students. We're talking about students who have the ability to one day exit from special education. They're kind of in that area where they're maybe grade level and a half behind, and we just need to get more than a year's growth in a year. Is that possible? Yes, it is possible. I've seen those things happen day in and day out in the classroom. But how do we do it? Well, we have to support the teacher. We have to provide really, really good resources and great training. And that is on the top of our list. Goral and I have been talking about what special education teachers are going to need. Michelle and I have been talking about it as part of our RSSP process. What are these teachers going to need to be successful, and not right now to be isolated? So I think that special education teachers feel like they're lonesome doves. They're singletons because they're the only ones doing what they're doing. We want to be more inclusive and thinking about a co-teach model where they're doing what the classroom teacher is doing, maybe in the classroom with the teacher. So we've had a lot of conversations about that. All right, so the rest of the slides on this page are talking about formulas. When we're looking at formulas, at the bottom on slide 11, approaches grade level, meets grade level, master's grade level. They're going to be taking our percentages of students, so how many students, all students, how many are at approaching? Well, that number is quite high. We'll look at that data in just a minute. how many of our students are meeting grade level, and how many of our students are mastering grade level. If I had an area to focus on today, it's that masters. How do we get students to that master's level? We're doing a great job of approaching. We're doing a better job of getting students to meets, but we need to do our best job at getting our students to masters. So there's a sample of what the new A through F accountability will look like once we get our ratings. And these are called design commitments. These are different cut points or different areas in which we will be graded. All right, so I'm going to jump over a lot of information about cut points, CCMR indicators, because CCMR, they're going to start looking at our completers. So we have Vanessa. She's at a bilingual conference right now working on how do we get our bilingual students in CCMR to completion rate. So right now our numbers of CCMR look good. This is probably one of the strengths at the high school, these students that get into career pathways and complete them, but we want to be diligent that students are in fact getting into a career path because they want to complete it, not just because, oh, that might be a fun class to take. We want to get them on a career pathway. All right, so where were we last year? If you look at the slide that has the accountability ratings from 22, overall as a district, we were an 89. We had an A in student achievement, which was a proud moment for all of us. But then as you start to look at our targets of what we met and we didn't meet, at the next slide, which is our, I'm trying to find the elementary, I think I did them in reverse order. I'm sorry, I put 4 on the page there. Let's see, yes, Navarro Elementary. So student achievement was a 79, overall score was a 78. There are domains that were not rated at that time. Looking over at Navarro Intermediate, student achievement was a B. But we're going to see something interesting when we start looking at the what is for next year. For Navarro Junior High, some really proud moments at the junior high last year. We had over 90% of our 8th graders meet the reading standard. So that was exciting. They earned an overall rating of a B. As a district, we were a B. So where are we moving? If you look at the next page, it shows you Navarro High School targets. There were total evaluated targets for academic achievement were 13. We got 9 out of 13. Out of graduation status, 4 out of 4, and out of school quality status, 5 out of 5. So 2 of those categories were 100%. Where we fell short in academic achievement was in algebra. Our algebra numbers are where we are putting our focus at the high school, in both professional development, resources, and teachers. We've made some teacher adjustments for next year for algebra as well. Looking at Navarro Junior High, for student achievement or academic achievement, they were 10 out of 14 targets. For growth status, they were 8 out of 14, and for student success or student status success, they were 7 out of 9 targets. Looking over at the intermediate, 11 out of 16 for academic achievement, 13 out of 16 for growth status, and 7 out of 9 for student success status. So when I look at our last one, elementary, this is the last time you will see an elementary domain because Laura won't have students at her campus next year. But one thing that will happen is she will become a paired campus. So they will pair her with intermediate. So however intermediate fares, that is also Laurel's rating. So this year she'll get a rating because she tested 3rd graders, but the following year without 3rd grade on her campus, her feeder pattern is the intermediate school. So however the intermediate school performs in accountability, that performance rating will also tie to the elementary because every campus in the state of Texas gets an accountability rating, whether they have STAR assessments or not. They still get the accountability rating. So just wanted to point that out. All right, now we're into the meat, and I'm trying so hard. This was 100 and something slides I condensed down to 51, and I know it's a lot of information, but I want to make sure that you're well informed because I know you get lots of questions about accountability from the community. So I always try to provide resources to you so you can refer back to them, and then of course you can ask me questions about this information at any time. So we have Algebra 1, Biology, English 1, English 2, and U.S. History data that's pretty current and pretty much final, I would say. There will be a couple more that of course pass over the summer. And then you have the preliminary results. We tested 154 students in algebra, and then you can see how many were in each of the sub-pops as you move down. That's a very small print, and I apologize for that. But to the right, Right now, we have 16.23% of those students that did not meet the algebra passing standard. We already know who those students are. Some of them are already in summer school. Then we have 57.79% that are approaching, 20.78% that have the meet standard, and then 5.19% that are mastering. So where is our work? Mastering of algebra. That's why we have to have some of our strongest teachers in that very first year of math. So those are preliminary, and to the left is the scale for the score descriptor, so you can see what scale score they're making. On the next page is biology. We tested 276 students, and those science teachers will tell you that was the hardest year of biology they've had because we pushed biology back down to freshmen. They fared very well. There are still some areas that they are concerned about. And gaps in science instruction exist because we have to have strong foundational science programs. We're in a science adoption. We have lots of science professional development. I have several teachers going to Region 20 this next week to get some pretty robust science professional development training. A lot of it around the new TEKS. We have higher level TEKS that are coming out. So we really had to push biology down to freshmen. It has to be where they start. It's also going to open up more availability for them to take those upper level science classes, which is what we're hoping that they will do. So English skill, or English 1, we saw some huge promise in English 1. I'm excited to say we tested 205 students because some of those students are retesters. Some of those students were maybe sophomores, juniors, occasionally a senior that have not yet passed that English 1 EOC. So with that, we saw 19.51% that didn't make the standard. 20 are approaching, but look at the meets. We pushed 47.8% up to meet. So there's a lot of strength in that number, and then 12% up to masters. And these are the scores as they came hot off the press June the 9th. So these are super up-to-date scores. Then looking at English 2, this is where we really have work to do. The English 2 test is challenging, rigorous, obviously. 169 students took that test. We had 17 that did not meet, 13 approaching, but look at the meets percentage. Kudos to those English 2 teachers. 57.99% were at meeting, 11% in mastering. So lastly is U.S. history for our EOC, and that is always a strength for us. We had 3% that did not meet. We're looking at about 6 kids, I think, altogether, and a few of them are in our summer programming to get ready to retest this week. We have testing tomorrow. Oh my goodness, it's hard to believe. Then we have our college career and military readiness. Again, CCMR is one of our biggest changes to the A through F accountability. They look at our TSI performance. They are looking at kids that are participating in dual credit, industry certification, and on-ramps. The on-ramps class is Layleen Jensen, who is doing that flipped instruction on-ramps physics, and I'm excited that we have 20 students. When that class first lifted off the ground last year, there were a lot of challenges with the class because it's flipped instruction. So looking at our completers, looking at our college and military readiness, that's one of the other things that's changing is they're going to start tracking our military enlisted students. We have a form that we fill out. You probably heard a little bit about that at SLI as well. We'll be filling out those forms for our students who actually enlist in the military and then actually deploy. So that information will be forthcoming as well. Now we are moving into true preliminary. These are the zone of uncertainty kids, our 3 through 8. We do not know what that zone of uncertainty is yet, but if we're looking at our grade levels, there's a breakdown of total number tested, the number that likely did not pass, depending on what cut points they set, the zone of uncertainty, and then the likely passed. So I'm excited. Our likely passed is already in the 70 percentile for most grade levels. Our hotspot, 4th grade. 4th grade has a lot of challenges. That's the transition to a new campus as of right now. Next year, 3rd grade will be that grade. But right now, 4th grade is on a rigorous campus. They come into a new structured environment, just a new way of teaching in 4th grade. So these are our RLA 3 through 8. We have our math results, and this is our hotspot. Our math has shown steady increases, but we still have a large number of students. If you look at those students, if you track from year to year, moving from 3rd to 4th to 5th to 6th to 7th to 8th, we kind of flatline in those higher levels. That's why I would like to see more 6th graders get to advanced math, more 7th graders get to advanced math. I don't feel like we're completely challenging our kids with the rigor that they can handle. And then for the science test, we only test 2 grade levels, 5th grade and 8th grade. We had a dynamic 8th grade science teacher this year, Mrs. Cooper. I don't know if you've been to her classroom, but she did some very exciting things in her classroom. 57% likely passed. I actually think that there's going to be a big number of those kids that are in the master's category once we get those final results. So looking at our last slide is social studies. Only 8th grade is our lone dove for social studies. We tested 177 students with 42, almost 43% likely year passing. 42.3% are in that zone of uncertainty. So that worries me. Social studies has always been a struggle. One of the things that we have done as a district is we've really looked at social studies instruction at the elementary and intermediate level. We purchased the social studies weekly program this year. It's being used at the elementary campuses to help those teachers be sure to incorporate social studies. Because I'll tell you, as an elementary teacher, former elementary person, social studies was always the last thing on my list. Math, science, reading, boom, 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 math, science, reading, math. Oh wait, I gotta teach social studies. I've got 45 minutes, gotta get that in there, gotta teach social studies. But it's the neglected curriculum at those early years. And then that 8th grade social studies teacher says, hey, did you teach anything when you were in elementary? Did you teach anything at intermediate? And our answer to that question now is absolutely, we are. And we're finding more and more resources because I know how teachers are. If they like the resources, they'll teach with it. If they don't like the resources, it'll sit on the shelf and collect dust. So we're really trying to be diligent about our resources. All right, so that was a lot of information. One of the tabs, your 3rd tab, is a what if. And I marked confidential on it because I don't want to show it to everybody because it's just hypothetical. I know how hypothetical things are, but if they took our 2022 data and they put it in the new A through F accountability system, this is where we would be. So look very carefully at some of those numbers. This is not where we are. This is, again, what we did in 2022 compared to the rigor that's coming for 2023. So I have lots of different reports that you will have access to in our Frontline Analytics data dashboard. I would like to share that link with you so that you can start looking at our student data. We're tracking behavior data, attendance data, STAR performance data, and our local assessments like NWE MAP. That's one of the programs we'll be talking about renewing tonight, but that data is used in predicting our growth, and in many cases it is right on with some students, in other cases it's surprising. It just kind of shocks us when we get some of the results back. We expect students to have performed higher, and they'll say things like, oh, I didn't take it seriously, or oh, I was tired that day, or something of that nature when I talk to the kids about it. So questions for me? A lot of information, I know. And I always try to provide you with resources so you have something to go back and read on your own accord and look through. And again, when we get our final assessment results, I don't know if the August board meeting will be too soon to get that to you, but by September board meeting, we should have those final numbers for you to put in the binder under that last tab. Thank you.
Thank you. So that we have district financial reports. Any questions? If not, we're going to move on into consent agenda. A lot of items under consent agenda. Any questions on any of them? If not, do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that the board approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Donna, second by Lacey. Any further comments, questions? If not, all those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. Going on into our action item, we have one, consider approval of the new position for a special ed dyslexia coordinator. We had discussion on this earlier. Are there any other questions? If not, do I hear a motion?
I move that the board consider the new position of dyslexia coordinator for on the A5 professional scale, 207 contract days.
I'll second.
Motion was made by Dan, second by Hank. Any further conversations? If not, all those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. The board is gonna go into closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discuss the duties of the superintendent. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discuss the employment and resignations of personnel to include teachers and other professions. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, to deliberately purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Any related action will be taken in open session. So it is 8:40 and we will go into
Notice we had to change batteries. We'll need to make sure we have new batteries. Must be old.
Okay, it is 10:17, we're back in open session. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move that the board approve the superintendent's recommendation for professional employment as presented and discussed in closed session.
Second.
Okay, so motion was made by Hank, second by Clint. Any further questions, discussion? If not, all those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. Any other business? Okay, then it is 10:18 and we're adjourned.
All right, we're getting closer. Shoot, that's 10 o'clock. I know you want it.